Not necessarily the strongest. I will look at the winds kind of a different way just to see, and yeah, that doesn't really paint any different of a picture. And I would consider that some good news. I've been looking at the debris signatures, but I'm not seeing anything, so I've not wasted your time showing you, but we'll just show you here now. That's not going to be producing anything on the ground at the moment, at least in terms of debris being lofted into the radar beam. And so that is a trajectory that's good. That specific warning, this red polygon, this tornado warning runs until 1 a.m. this morning. So we have about 18 more minutes to go. The current time is 12:42. If you're just now tuning in, you're kind of waking up, it's middle of the night. Okay, Scott, what's going on? This is going to be a line of severe storms continuing to dive from the north to the south. That's producing high winds and at times even some quick spin ups, some quick rotation as seen in Carroll County right now. Not had any evidence of an actual tornado touchdown. So this continues to be radar indicated, but that may change at any moment. We kind of consider these just as urgent, as just as important, whether or not we have confirmation or not. But that right now doesn't appear to be actually touching the ground, which is some really good news. These storms moving somewhat slowly, which means we're probably going to end up seeing a little bit of ponding on the roadways minimally, perhaps even some flash flooding, as these cells have a lot of moisture to work with here this morning. Very heavy rain in Siloam. Appreciate that report just now coming in. I would suspect there's going to be heavy rain across a large majority of the area with these thunderstorms. I've noticed the lightning counts are also kind of stabilizing a bit, not seeing as much lightning. Now there's a lot, but as of right now, those lightning counts coming down would tell us, okay, maybe, just maybe, these storms continue to be somewhat outflow dominant, which is a good thing. Now, it kind of helps mitigate to some extent the potential of some of the worst winds, which is something we want to see. And that's been the case for the last, let's say, 45 minutes or so. Even when you look at the radar loop, you'll notice those really dark reds are a bit more widespread right about now. And then you get to the end of that 1 hour loop and okay, you're starting to see less intense rain falling. That is expected to continue as it tracks towards the south and east, and we really want to continue to see that overall trend. I do want to go back into our circulation, this specific area of rotation that's in Carroll County. It's continuing to look rather broad in nature as it continues to track east. This is now clear of Eureka Springs. It did pass over Beaver Lake, it did pass over Eureka Springs, but it's moving so quickly now. You just saw in real time the warning has been trimmed up. They have canceled a good chunk of Eureka Springs. The warning will remain in effect for Green Forest and Osage. It's going to be in this little edge of the storm right here where we would see a small pocket of rotation that could support the notion of something trying to spin up. It's really broad rotation. There's the latest scan right here. It's going to not necessarily look like that classic couplet that we would often see with some distinct areas of spin, maybe in terms of a discrete isolated supercell that we would often expect, but it is enough of a rotation that the Weather Service wants to keep this warning in effect for at least another 15 minutes, which is the original expiration date. Now, the warning, as they did trim it up, now finally excludes Madison County. The fact of the matter is there is really no potential of tornado, at least out of this specific cell, moving through Madison County, but sometimes when you draw those boxes, you can't help but clip portions of a neighboring county. But the way they've redrawn this here right now tells us that it is going to be well off to the east of Madison County. So if you're in Madison and maybe your alerts went off and you're thinking, okay, what's up? What's going on? I think you can go back to bed and rest assured you're not going to be impacted by that storm, but there is going to be some very heavy rain and some lightning, some thunder, and probably some damaging winds. That's what's rolling through Hinesville right now. Huntsville, things are, well, probably not necessarily quiet. You're going to be hearing the thunder and seeing the lightning, but the rain hasn't actually picked up yet. It will in the next 5 minutes. Fayetteville, those heavy thunder showers rolling through, frequent lightning and thunder. That's also a concern for us. This too moving towards the south, closer in places like Greenland and West Fork, eventually into Lincoln, Summers, Prairie Grove is starting to see some rain right now. Mountainburg is not technically included in this warning, but it will likely be included in the next one. As you can see, it kind of stops right here north of Mountainburg. When they draw the next one, and I anticipate that they probably will have to, there's going to be it's going to be tough to avoid it given the presentation of the storm and its current strength. It will include a bit more of the river valley, which was where things have been really quiet most of the day into the evening. Give it a little bit longer. In fact, you're probably going to start to see that happen over the next 30 minutes or so. So if you're just now tuning in, I did restart the live stream. I'm hoping that helps. If you're on 5 News Plus, 5 News mobile app, and for some reason it's still got some tech issues, just if you could find us over on Facebook or YouTube. Try to be in as many places as possible in hopes of getting the word out. And so I'm hoping that just cleared up the glitches, but went ahead and restarted that in hopes that we can have a bit more of a smoother experience for us. Right now, our severe weather potential going to continue for the next 5 hours. In fact, we do have a severe thunderstorm watch that's going to be in effect until 5 a.m. for literally the entire 5 News viewing area. I do suspect if you're in Northwest Arkansas, we'll drop that watch once this main line pushes towards the south of you. It may just be a little bit longer. Shady Grove, Arkansas, looks like we're going to have some flooding right there. Ongoing, the drainage system being overwhelmed, so that's going to be some street flooding, places like that. Let me go ahead and show you the reports and just get an idea of kind of what we've been looking at here. We noticed some wind damage reports. Those were actually coming out of the cell, the isolated discrete supercell that rolled through earlier this evening, about 6, 7 o'clock, that rolled through Delaware into Benton County. It did become a severe thunderstorm rolling through Washington County and then really fizzled on out, which is what we would love to see the rest of these do, but I'm afraid it's a bit of a different situation. You start to look at just the storm winds overall, and you notice the bright blues here that are kind of embedded. Those are going to be those straight line wind gusts, 50 to perhaps as high as 60 or so miles per hour. When you look at it from the Fort Smith radar, in fact, I'm going to see if I can't stick with it. Fort Smith radar does show a small pocket of rotation right here. Now that did just switch back over towards the Springfield radar. And the fact is, you know, you've got two different vantage points into the storm. Both are elevated above the surface, right? Both are going to be a little bit higher. At any rate, you're still looking at some mid-level rotation now just to the south of Green Forest along 103. So we're east of Highway 21. This is moving so quickly that I suspect, here's the Boone County line. The next time this radar updates, that pocket of rotation is either going to be right on top of the county line or really close to it, which means it'll be in Boone County, and we can pass that baton off to someone else there to continue covering that storm over towards Harrison. And it is certainly going to be moving over towards Harrison. In the meantime, when you look at just the winds alone from Bella Vista through Rogers, Eureka Springs back towards, let's say, Siloam Springs, you've got a lot of wind rolling through Northwest Arkansas right now, and that's going to be the primary concern. I can look at the winds a little bit differently here. This is actual storm winds coming out of the cell, and it shows a really similar picture. That straight line wind potential is going to be there. Those winds haven't really come down a lot over the last several minutes, which tells us, yeah, we're probably going to be looking at a long duration event. When you look at the big picture here, there's a lot of colors going on. Let's see if we can't make a little bit of sense of it. This orange is going to be our severe thunderstorm warning, and it's a behemoth. I mean, it includes almost the entire line of storms itself. The pink, the Pepto-Bismol, is going to be our severe thunderstorm watch until 5 o'clock this morning. Our red is the ongoing tornado warning in far southeastern Carroll County. That runs for 10 more minutes until 1 a.m. this morning. The maroon here, which does include far northeastern Johnson County, this is going to be a flash flood warning. I think we may end up having more flash flood warnings probably over the next few minutes. I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen one yet, especially across Northwest Arkansas or Northeast Oklahoma, where we've seen some intense rainfall rates already this morning out of this one specific cell. In fact, when we start talking about rainfall rates, we can measure it in terms of how much rain is going to be occurring in a single hour. And when you look at that alone, you can get a pretty good idea of where the flash flooding is going to occur. You start to see these brighter purples, and that tells us, holy moly, we've got some intense rainfall. And 12-hour estimates, so just the last 12 hours alone, this does not include, of course, recent days, you've seen almost 2 to 4 inches of rain across Benton and Carroll County. As this line continues to progress towards the south and east, we'll end up seeing these numbers also begin to increase with time as well. So that's going to be the secondary potential tonight. Of course, we'll focus in most intently right now on the straight line wind potential or any areas of rotation that may try to develop. But the fact is, soon we're going to be talking about a lot of flash flooding ongoing almost simultaneously while this storm rolls through. Lightning counts have been coming down, which is a good thing to see. We really appreciate that. We'll say this, it's about 12:52 this morning. Let me put my cell phone number up here in case you have some reports of things that are happening in your neck of the woods. This is going to be 479. Let me take that banner off there. 785-5000. Just include your location. We get a lot of reports and we don't get to use them sometimes because they don't have a location. And two, I want to give you credit. You don't have to include your name if you don't want to, but I like to give you credit when you're helping us out. And so if you could include your name, your location, that's really helpful for us in terms of passing that along. Again, the number here, 479-785-5000. You're watching 5 News this morning as we track a large complex of severe thunderstorms moving from the north to the southeast. Damaging winds, the primary concern. And that's going to continue to be the case likely for the next several hours, as this complex is not going to be done with us until probably the early morning hours, closer to sunrise than really anything else, for about 4 to 5 more hours across the area. Let me see here. We'll look at the downtown Fayetteville camera again. Yeah, looks a lot different than it did in the last time we looked. You can see that really intense heavy rainfall that's coming through. Visibility, of course, reduced. You can't see as well off into the north as you once did because you're looking directly into the heart of that heavy downpour. I do see some ponding perhaps already on some roadways here along the square in Fayetteville. In terms of the winds, you kind of look to the trees to see what you can learn from that. Sometimes you can see the stop signs moving, and I'm not seeing that right now. And hey, you know what? We'll take it. We'll have to watch it to see if those winds don't pick up. But the leading edge is already past this specific camera spot, so honestly, I would have expected the winds to be a little bit higher. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. We've kind of talked about the likelihood of this happening. And you can see the new one is flashing here. It really resembles pretty closely the old one. They've just added a few square miles really towards the south and east. This one now does clip portions of Cass, White Rock, as well as deeper into Crawford County. And it actually now clips portions of Sequoia County. This is going to be for the wind potential up to 60 miles per hour. We also have maybe some small hail at times mixing in on the leading edge, but the hail would be about the size of pennies, perhaps, which to get a severe thunderstorm warning on hail alone, it's got to be the size of quarters. So this warning is driven simply by the probabilities of 60 to 70 mile per hour straight line wind. That's just the same as the old one. Nothing new necessarily there. The only difference is it's a little bit further towards the south as these storms are making a little bit more progress. We do anticipate the northernmost warning being dropped soon. Bella Vista, you still got some rain, but you're in the clear. Sulphur Springs, let's say Gravette, yeah, I think you're going to be done with the worst part of the storm, but it's going to take a little bit longer. Do have some good news here. This tornado warning in Carroll County, that has since been allowed to expire. There's no longer that tornado potential with that storm right now. And so the Weather Service has said, you know what, it was going to be expiring at 1 a.m. We're just going to go ahead and expire it or allow it to expire. So it may be a few more minutes before that pops off the screen, but I'll just tell you, the Weather Service isn't near as concerned as that cell. It was pretty broad rotation the last several minutes, and so not necessarily much of a surprise. And notice this flank off towards the south, almost extending as far south as the Interstate 40 corridor, well into central Oklahoma. There may very well be some convergence here in which we would see some additional rotation as you've got this forward flank kind of drifting a little bit more southeasterly. Meanwhile, this one that's impacting NWA in northeast Oklahoma, it's drifting a little bit further towards the south. As you can imagine, that's going to produce a little bit of shear in the atmosphere. In fact, in some sense, you can think of it as spinning a top, you know, those little toys that kids have. You can spin your fingers in different directions. You would wonder if something like that's not going to happen kind of in this general vicinity. If it is to happen, it would be on that confluence of those two segments. You've got the west-east band here, and you got the more of the, let's say, southwest-northeast. It would probably be somewhere in here. Let's say this is going to be Cherokee, so here's 10 Killer right here. Would that potentially move into our area? It's possible. That's assuming it happens. But right now, this is so outflow dominant that this is primarily some damaging straight line winds that we're looking at. Time now is 12:56. We are continuing to track some slow moving severe thunderstorms that have a lot of wind with them. That's the primary concern right now. I do think some flooding may end up being a concern with time, but at least for the moment, we're primarily looking at some damaging straight line winds. This is a 1-hour radar loop, and you can see the overall structure of the storm hasn't changed much. It's looking pretty much almost exactly like it did an hour ago. It's just making a little bit more southerly progress, and the potential right here of some intense rainfall is starting to slowly decrease with time. So let's do this. Trevor, we have covered the tornado warning on 5 News. Let's stay, of course, on our stream, but let's go ahead and take Channel 5 back to programming here at the top of the hour. So I'm going to give folks about 2 minutes. At 1 o'clock, we'll take Channel 5 right back over to whatever was scheduled to program to air at 1 a.m. So where were we at? If you're watching us on television and you want to continue following these storms with me this evening, we're on Facebook, YouTube, and 5 News Plus. You can find us on any of those locations streaming. Facebook would be the 5 News Facebook. I think I'm streaming on my Facebook as well. And so wherever that may look like for you, we would be happy if you did join us over on those platforms. Right now, this tornado warning, it's an artifact. It's really been expired. Weather Service has expired it. The computer system here, I think, is just waiting until 1 a.m. for that to fall off. Once that does happen, for sure, we'll go ahead and take you back to programming while we continue to track severe thunderstorm warnings. And boy, there's plenty of them. There's a lot of orange on my map. That's the severe thunderstorm warning. These are large warnings given the potential for damaging winds. It isn't confined to just one small area. It is a wide swath of high winds continuing to dive off towards the south. Well, things are quiet right now in the River Valley, but I'm telling you, it's a matter of hours, probably about an hour or two before we start to see some of these winds really pick up in the River Valley. And so if you want to get a couple hours of sleep, set an alarm, make sure you have ways to receive warnings, whatever that may look like for you. That would probably end up being a good idea. Okay, let's give you the 1-minute countdown. We'll take Channel 5 back over to regularly scheduled programming right at 1 o'clock this morning. We do have a severe thunderstorm watch that runs until 5 a.m. for the entire 5 News viewing area. I do suspect that now that the line is passing through northwest Arkansas, they'll end up trimming from the north to the south. And so while technically right now, Delaware, Adair, Benton, Carroll, Washington, Madison, you're under this warrant watch until 5 a.m., I think it's slowly but surely going to be dropped, probably county by county. Sometimes they'll do it row by row. So I think the thread's passing you in northwest Arkansas once these storms let up. So if you got storms right now, of course, you want to be mindful of that, but give it a few minutes once the most intense part passes through, and you're probably going to be fine and done for the rest of the night. In terms of severe weather, I think you could continue to see some rain, but in terms of severe weather, not necessarily. Our coverage of these severe storms continues right now on 5 News Plus, Facebook, and YouTube. We'll take Channel 5 back to regularly scheduled programming now. And we're clear. Anyone on 5 News Plus, we appreciate you joining us here this morning as we continue to track these. It's going to be a loud night as these storms roll through. And for some folks, it's going to be a long night. I know that people just have some nerves and some anxiety about these, and it may be tough for you to go to bed. And so we just wanted to be here as a resource to kind of walk you through what's happening, what's not happening, and give you an idea of kind of what you can expect over the next several hours. And so if that's you this morning up with us, and you're struggling with a little bit of storm anxiety, we appreciate you tuning in. We'll walk you through it and see if we can't get you some sleep here before long. We do have a large severe thunderstorm warning. This newest one, this one is going to run specifically, let me see if I can't tell you that. It's a big one. It was just updated, and the old one has dropped off. But the biggest severe thunderstorm warning, which is, my word, a behemoth. Let me do it this way. Let's see if we can't get that to pop on. We just need to go a little bit further towards the south. Here we go. Okay, come on. No, it's not going to do it for me. That's okay. This goes until 1:30 this morning, so about 29 more minutes. These cells, moving as slowly as they are, right now, south at 35 miles an hour. The hazard that we're looking at potentially coming out of these are straight line winds up to 70 miles per hour. I haven't seen a lot of evidence that that's actually happening. I think we're looking closer to 50 to 60 or so miles per hour, but the potential for the warning itself, the potential for up to 70 exists. Could that happen at any time? Yeah, absolutely. But for the time being, our winds have been just below that threshold. And so it's going to look a little bit like this. I mean, you definitely have some high winds that are rolling through. And you can see the leading edge right here where that green starts and stops. And that's going to be winds blowing closer to the Fort Smith radar. So the radar sees winds in two different fashions. It sees winds blowing towards the radar site, and it says, okay, green, blowing towards the radar site. Red, that's blowing the opposite direction. And so when you start to see this leading edge right here, these colors, you can tell this is going to be the leading edge of the winds that are blowing out from the bottom of that thunderstorm. And you get into parts of Fayetteville, Siloam, you're looking at some higher winds without doubt. And that's probably going to linger for just a little bit. In fact, we start to look at some of these. What are they? Near Siloam, it's about 50 or so miles per hour. We get into Springdale. Yeah, okay, we're right there on that 59, 60 mile per hour. So that definitely constitutes a severe weather warning. You get into parts of Lowell, 62 miles per hour, closer to the airport, X and A over here. You're looking about 66. Okay, perhaps we're getting closer to that 77 mile per hour range. With that said, of course, we are looking relatively higher up into the storm, just given the distance we are away from the Doppler radar site. But at any rate, I do believe there's definitely some severe winds happening out of this. Oftentimes we don't get a lot of reports in the middle of the night because it's dark, the storming, folks haven't gone outside to assess the damage. So there may be some trees falling right now. I'll check power outages again here in a second, but sometimes that information doesn't come in until the sun rises the next morning. And while I think it's good news, we've not seen a lot of storm reports. It's possible that maybe just given the fact of the matter of it being 1 a.m. is kind of resulting in the lack of storm reports. Either way, we'll continue to track the storm as long as the potential continues, and it definitely does, minimally for the next 30 minutes, but likely continuing even further. Notice this thin green line here. This is something I pointed out earlier with NOAA's help. This thin green line is what we call an outflow boundary. This is actually, let me zoom in, I'll make this more clear for you. So you can see it a little bit better. In some cases, it's not exactly the most obvious. This is overall a good sign, and I want to tell you why this is going to be better than if it wasn't there. You see this thin green line right here? This is actually dust and bugs that's getting kicked up into the atmosphere by those winds rushing out of the bottom of that cell, but bottom of that line of storms. That's the outflow winds that are pushing out of it, which is telling us the storm is outflow dominant. It's more outflow winds than inbound winds than anything else, which is going to contribute to an overall steadily weakening trend. That's good. We want this thing to continue to be outflow dominant as the sting is going to lessen and lessen and lessen with time, especially as long as that outflow boundary continues to push off towards the south. Kind of helps to stabilize the atmosphere as well. You'll feel that outflow boundary is often some really much cooler air. It's rain-cooled air coming out of the bottom of that thunderstorm. And so that's what's happening right now in Morrow. You get a little bit closer to West Fork. Winslow, that's also going to be moving into your area. This happens before the rain starts. And so when you get that initial surge of wind and there's no rain for 5-6 minutes, you're kind of only experiencing the outflow boundary itself. And then the storm starts to roll through. And that is what we are looking at. Let me see this. Okay. Two severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got one for a large chunk of the area that extends all the way over towards Cherokee County in Oklahoma. You've also got one that is including a good chunk of Carroll County. The two together combine to form a pretty expansive area of severe winds. That's the primary focal point at this point. I do think we'll start to see some additional flooding concerns. You can kind of already see that in far northern Delaware County. The question is, at which point do we start to see some of those flooding concerns extend even further into northwest Arkansas? We've seen a couple of reports of some ponding on roadways, not necessarily a surprise. This rain is going to extend into the river valley with time, and so, you know, places like Fort Smith that just has some drainage issues, even when it sprinkles, we'll probably end up seeing more of those flash flooding concerns materialize. Still, though, the potential for severe winds is going to be the top concern, followed by that secondary threat. This is a 1-hour loop. This is good to just get an idea of overall trajectory of the cell. Boy, that outflow boundary is really showing up now over the last few minutes. That's good news. This could contribute to some weakening. But if there is an area of rotation that were to develop, and it's not happening yet at all, but if there is an area that would develop, it would be where right here, Cherokee County is right now. And the reason why, you've got really two segments of the storm. You've got this more west easterly flank And then you've also got this more southwesterly, northeasterly flank. And so where you get that confluence right here, Cherokee County, almost right on top of Tenkiller, that is where you might be able to work up just enough spin. It's not happening right now, but that's certainly something we want to keep our eye on. You can notice the line itself is really crisp in nature. It's very, very noticeable where it starts, where it begins. That crisp line tells us there's definitely some winds coming out of it. You would expect to see higher winds where you've got a very well-defined leading edge, as opposed to the complete opposite happening back off towards the southwest. You notice how this is more jagged and kind of just not necessarily as organized, and this, meanwhile, is a very defined line. This is going to be higher winds. This is going to be more storm organization. This is going to be where the most intense part of what's happening now can be found. Not to say that this isn't intense. I mean, you definitely have some frequent lightning and some thunder, very heavy downpours, but in terms of wind potential, there's a reason this southern flank, now extending almost to OKC along Interstate 40, well west of us, is not severe warned. And you can see that lack of organization attributing to largely that. So we would hope to see this line segment beginning to look a little bit more jagged or just disorganized, but right now it's still maintaining itself to some degree. We'll see what happens soon. I anticipate a new warning is going to have to come downstream simply because of the southerly progress that some of this is making. It is moving a little bit quicker than it was. Earlier we were looking at storm motions about 25 to 30 miles per hour. Right now we're actually up to about 50 or so. So this thing is moving quicker, and that's going to be welcome news to anyone that finds themselves in the thick of this right now. Fayetteville, things are going to start to quiet down for us a little bit. If you're in Bella Vista, Rogers, Bentonville, perhaps even Siloam Springs, Eureka Springs, the worst is past you. You're probably going to still continue to hear frequent thunder. There's a lot of lightning, although less so than what there was even an hour ago. You're still going to hear it. The winds may still be breezy, but the worst, or the severe weather aspect, is really going to be right along this leading edge of the line. And so technically speaking, there are places that are still in a severe thunderstorm warning, but the actual severe zone or the severe aspect of this line is kind of to your south. And so I do suspect perhaps we're likely going to have some additional warnings to account for the southerly progress. At the same time, we'll be dropping some of the northern counties that are included in the warning. And that is in many ways going to be your all clear for this cell, or for this big broad segment as it goes. I want to do this. Let's pull up a couple of cameras. Let me see. Jack Links is looking really bright. This is going to be our camera that sits along Walton Boulevard in Bentonville on the Jack Links, the beef jerky camera here. And this one is pointed just off to the west, I think. I'll lose my bearings there when it gets adjusted like that. Let's see. Okay, yeah, that was actually going to be towards the northwest. This is going to be more so to the west, and due south here is going to be looking over at the Bentonville Airport. In fact, if you can see this, the spinning light right here, this is going to be Thadden Field. So that's going to be looking directly into this cell, and the heaviest or most intense part, and you're really not seeing near as frequent lightning and thunder, or well, lightning and hearing the thunder as we once were. That's always my personal measurement. It's like a blood pressure. How strong or how healthy is this storm? And lightning is often one of the ways we can assess that really quickly. Doesn't always tell you the full complete picture, but in terms of getting some vital signs, it's a good one. There you go, a little bit of lightning there off in the southern sky. Things are going to be quietening up here for us in Bentonville over the next couple of minutes. The rain continues. It's a lot lighter than it was, but nonetheless, that's going to continue to be ongoing for just a little bit longer. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Carroll and Madison counties, and it really isn't for anything happening new. It's just a little bit further towards the south. This one is for 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds, and you can see that new box kind of right here, and it just accounts for that eastern flank of the line. You know, interestingly enough, over that last couple of scans, from the time we were looking at that camera till now, there's definitely these two, let's say, segments. You got the west-east segment that's diving towards the south, this fella right here, but it's less defined back off towards the southwest. It almost is starting to merge really just kind of into one distinct line, which is potentially good for us. I'm not sure what to necessarily make of that in terms of is it better, is it worse, but I do think overall the larger cluster you can get to kind of interact with each other and kind of rob the neighboring portion of the segment of severity and in storm fuel, that can sometimes be helpful in terms of getting some more straight line winds. It's possible we'll continue to see those diving out of the backside of the storm. So we'll have to just see what that ends up looking like, but it is certainly a noticeable observation over the last several scans. Outflow boundary still pretty pronounced here in southern Washington County, extending into Carroll and Madison as well. That also pushes into Adair County. That tells us these storms remain outflow dominant. That's good news. We like that. And there we go. As we kind of talked about earlier, they would trim up the backside of that warning. So Benton County is no longer in a severe thunderstorm warning. Delaware County no longer under a severe thunderstorm warning. Of course, it's going to remain for Washington, Adair, portions of Crawford and Franklin counties as that cell gets a little bit closer, flashing there to tell us, hey, something's changed. What is it? And that's just the trimming of the backside of that warning. I'm going a little bit closer here. That's going to be our lightning detector. That's not what I wanted. Okay, there we go. We'll look into this cell, work our way from the west to the east. Here's that confluence right there where we're 10 killer. Cherokee County anyways, maybe just to the north of the lake a bit. Fort Smith radar is doing a great job giving us an idea of, okay, what's happening here. Here's going to be Adair County. Got some high winds rolling through Chewy, Christie, closing in on Stillwell. Lincoln, Prairie Grove, Summers, Cane Hill, West Fork, Farmington. Rain's intense, a little bit of thunder. You're still seeing some lightning strikes out there. But the worst part of the winds is kind of pushing on towards your south. And so if you're kind of wondering, okay, when's it going to let up? I'm a little nervous. What's going on? The winds are going to continue slowly, gradually letting up as this dives towards the south. However, in Winslow, you've got the outflow boundary right now, which is probably 30 to 40 miles per hour. Give it about 4 to 5 more minutes and you'll actually see the leading edge of the actual storm itself. And those winds will pick up as this continues to drive towards the south. So if you're near Artist Point, perhaps getting into Devil's Den State Park. In fact, the outflow boundary right now on top of Devil's Den State Park, if you got some folks camping, winds are about to pick up here real soon. And so you'll want to go ahead and try to ride that out if you can't get to a sturdier structure here over the next few minutes. Otherwise, you would be out and about in some really intense rainfall and, of course, a lot of lightning as well. You can continue to track that over into Madison County. Huntsville, the worst, is off to your south at this point, although I know you're still kind of in the thick of the heavier rain, as noted here by these darker reds and yellows and oranges. But give it about 4 to 5, maybe 6 more minutes, and you're going to find yourself in these yellows and the greens. So the rain's going to be letting up, and the winds will also start to come down as well. The next time a warning is issued for Madison County, I would suspect Huntsville is trimmed out of it. St. Paul will not be. Well, let's say Venus as well. Kingston will probably continue to be in the warning. And then going into Franklin County, so you're going to look at White Rock Mountain right here, Cass along the Pig Trail going into Shores Lake. Perhaps there might be some folks camping there here this morning. That cell is going to bring some high winds to you. That's the main concern right now. Time now is 1:15. We have a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, but the fact of the matter is the threat or the hazard in all of this is just damaging straight line winds. Not just, I mean, it can cause a little bit of damage, but in terms of rotation, in terms of spin ups, not seeing a lot of that, and really haven't seen a lot of hail. There could be some small penny to nickel size hail at most, but to get a severe thunderstorm warning for hail only, or if you were to talk about what specifically is severe hail, that's quarter size and bigger, and we're not even close to that here this morning. And so in terms of hazards, we're looking specifically just at wind, and I think soon flash flooding. Now, given the forward speed of these cells moving a little bit quicker than what they were even an hour ago, perhaps that potential is a little bit lower. That would be ideal if that were the case, right? But you're still going to get a fair amount of rain out of it. These are very efficient rainmakers. There's a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. You know that, right? The humidity was just so high today. We've had a lot of moisture. And so rainfall rates with some of these cells are going to be anywhere between 1 to 2 inches an hour. That can result in some flooding pretty quickly, especially across areas that just don't have good drainage to begin with. And certainly some areas are going to end up seeing that as we get into the river valley as well. Let me show you this, just kind of the overall big picture. Severe thunderstorm watch in effect until 5 o'clock in the morning. There's also a flash flood watch in effect for Northwest Arkansas, but because the severe weather watch kind of takes precedent, it's kind of covering that up. But that would be in green. That is included here as well. The storm zones, I think, tell a good picture here. It's going to tell you the environment is pretty favorable for severe weather to the north, but the further south we get, actually, because the clock has already struck midnight, that may not show up well. Yeah, it's fine. Or can I change it here? Maybe I can. Bear with me, please. Probably not. I ain't gonna waste my time. The overall severity, it was a level 3 Northwest Arkansas, level 2 where these storms are now. And so we're already making that stair step down into the river valley. A large majority of us under a level 2 risk, so that would be at a 5, right? So kind of on the lower end of the scale, not the lowest, but trending down. And then we get into places such as the southern half of LaFleur, good chunk of Scott, parts of Logan, we're dropping to that level 1 risk. And what that equates to is as this line pushes south, the environment just isn't as friendly for severe storms. And so we would expect some additional weakening, which has been the case for the last couple hours with this line. It was most intense Northwest Arkansas, slowly but surely running out of fuel, moving into an area that just not necessarily is conducive to continue to support the potential here for ongoing severe weather. And so I would expect that trend to somewhat continue. There it is. New flash flood warning for Adair, Cherokee, and Delaware County. That's what's popping up right here. That makes a lot of sense. You start talking about really intense rainfall rates. This is where we probably have north of 2 inches an hour happening, which is enough, more than enough to start to see some potential flash flooding. In fact, this looks psychedelic. It kind of looks a little bit like radar. It's a radar estimate, but it's not actually what you would consider true Doppler radar. What it's doing here, north of Tahlequah, south of Oaks, what it's telling us is, okay, how much rain's falling within the span of just an hour? And you start to get some pretty intense rates up here. We start to see some of these purples. That's going to be, let me do it this way. Rainfall rates. And there's 3, almost 4 inches of rain in an hour. That's not to say that's how much we're going to pick up, but all that's to say is if it continues raining at this intensity for 60 full minutes, this is what our rain gauges would end up showing. That's a lot of rain in a short amount of time, right? An hour is pretty short when it comes to getting that much water. And how does the street drainage system, the creeks and the rivers, how does that actually correspond with the overall potential of flooding? And so we start to see some of those concerns. That's why that flash flood warning was issued. I was kind of wondering where it was, and sure enough, they went ahead and issued that. So it looks like here, the severe thunderstorm warning has actually been canceled for that segment of the line. You can see Washington County, Delaware County no longer included in this severe thunderstorm warning. We do have 2, though, that is for going to be southern and eastern Madison County, and where that confluence is kind of happening right here that we've been talking about, where those 2 segments kind of interchanging. One that is clipping portions of western Adair County. So overall, the trend here is better and better with time. And as evidence of that, our severe thunderstorm warning has been dropped with time. So let me do something real quick. Trevor, are you still with me up there? I think you're in good shape, man. I think you're in good shape. I'll walk over here and give him the big thumbs up. $121 this morning. Goodness gracious, what a night it's been for parts of the area. Otherwise, in the River Valley, you've not seen a lot at all. Boy, it was a muggy day, wasn't it? I'm afraid it's going to be part of the reason why these storms are going to produce some strong storms minimally into the River Valley. Tomorrow's going to feel a lot better. It's going to be a little bit cooler. Humidity's going to be a little bit lower. And then going into first couple of days of the week, I think what we're going to see is some relatively comfortable air in place. Doesn't last long, as you would expect this time of the year. It's tough to get an extended, prolonged time period with low humidity, but that will happen for at least Monday, Tuesday, parts of Wednesday, and then I think the second half of the upcoming week will be characterized by all that mugginess starting to come back. So live radar, if you're just now tuning in, maybe Mother Nature's waking you up early this morning. We continue to see a downward trend with this line. That's why the warning was, at least the middle section of it, was canceled early. Awesome, right? That's like great news. We do have two severe thunderstorm warnings in effect that remain, at least for the time being. This one is going to be eastern Madison County. That potential, or the reason the warning remains, is for up to 60-mile-per-hour straight line winds. That warning itself, specifically, this one is going to run until 1:45 this morning. So let's say about 23 more minutes to go, unless it's allowed to expire early, which I wouldn't be surprised. It's possible it runs that long, but I wouldn't be surprised. When this newest severe thunderstorm warning that clips portions of Adair County, that is going to be in effect for a little bit longer. That one is going to be in effect until, oh no, they actually just ran that until 1:30. So about 7 more minutes there. Okay, all right. We may be looking at a situation over the next 15 to 20 minutes where we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, when that is the case, I'm not going to go anywhere. We'll be here tracking these all night long. The potential for additional development or re-intensification, while low, is there. And so what I might do on the stream at that point is just leave live radar up. I may go get a second pot of coffee going, take a quick little breather there, and pop in from time to time. That's just some housekeeping right now. With the absence of a lot of severe weather warnings, I'm feeling a little bit better. And so I hope you are too, because our whole point of being here tonight is just to give you some peace of mind as these storms roll through, let you know what's coming your way and when it's set to arrive. And right now, the overall weakening trend set to continue. Intense rainfall, though, southwestern Washington County, these reds through Washington County, through portions of Adair, that tells us, okay, we've got a big old gully washer coming through. This maroon polygon is a flash flood warning. I keep anticipating maybe a couple more of those where the rain is heaviest right now. The fact that it's speeding up may mitigate the need for that, but I wouldn't be surprised to see some more flash flood warnings. We did have one for northeastern Johnson County earlier. That did expire some time ago. Can't exactly remember when it expired, but it did. So right now we're looking at a large complex of thunderstorms, but one that's weakening with time. Overall, the trend continues to point towards this line weakening as it progresses towards the south. With that said, what that could mean for a lot of folks in the River Valley is just some good, much needed rainfall without a potential, well, there's going to be a potential, let me be clear on here, without a likelihood of severe storms. Potential's there, but as this line gets a little further towards the south, we're looking at less potential. And that is what we hope for this evening. And I know you share that hope as well. Taking a look at as much as I can to make sure we're not missing anything. All looks well. Storms starting to behave, not entirely there yet. So we'll continue tracking the line segment. Let me loop it. This is the last 3 hours. You notice when it comes into northwest Arkansas, right here, you're intense. I mean, that line is really intense. It's got a lot of red, so we've got a lot of precipitation falling. The line itself pretty distinctly defined as being one producing 60 to 70 mile per hour straight line winds. But where it is now, okay, we've lost a lot of reds. The lightning counts are coming down. So we know we've got less intense precipitation, still moderate to at times heavy, but not as heavy as it was. Lightning coming down tells us, okay, this thing's starting to behave, and you also have just a little bit less in the way of organization. Another part of the reason we can see that is this outflow boundary. If you were with us about 30 or so minutes ago, we kind of talked about the importance of that maintaining, because that means these thunderstorms are sending a lot of rain-cooled air out ahead of itself, which helps to stabilize the atmosphere ahead of it. Without that, the atmosphere would stay somewhat ripe and primed for severe weather. And so this helps us in terms of kind of decreasing the severity. That rain-cooled air, you can often feel it about a few minutes before the thunderstorm itself actually gets there. It's often a lot cooler and the winds pick up. Not severe winds, but gusty nonetheless. That's what you can expect to be coming through right now. Northern Crawford County, northern Franklin, as well as southern Adair County. Let me pause it. I'll actually just show you where it is. I ain't got nowhere else to be. You see this line right here? What that line is in green, that's not actually rain. That's not light sprinkles. That is actually going to be dust, bugs, as that air from these thunderstorms starts to rush out of the bottom of the storm. It hits the surface and kind of just fans out, right? And that kicks up the dust and kicks up the bugs. And that's what shows up on radar is just kind of that light green color there. That outflow boundary will continue diving towards the south as those storms continue to weaken. So again, all good news there. This severe thunderstorm warning for western Adair County set to expire in 3 minutes. We'll see if there's a need for that to continue. Meanwhile, the one in Madison, and it does clip portions of Carroll County. This one here is set to expire at 12:45. So we have about 18 more minutes to go with that one. I think there's a chance at that point we may have a window of opportunity with no severe thunderstorm warnings at all. The potential will continue until at least 5 a.m. It's probably safer to say until at least sunrise or so in the morning, the further south you get. But once this line clears you, you're largely going to be in good shape. Once this line clears you, you still are probably going to see some rain overnight. I mean, look how much of that rain is back up into southeastern Kansas, up towards Springfield. All of that's yet to come towards the south as well. But this is nothing more than just some good old-fashioned sleeping weather. This is some moderate to heavy rain, an occasional rumble of thunder, but the severe aspect is going to be the leading edge of this line. And you can see that that is now probably pretty much right at the Bobby Hopper Tunnel, passing towards the south. You see how that thing just came in. Boy, it was intense. I mean, it had a good hour to hour and a half of some pretty intense winds and rainfall, a lot of lightning, but you can really just see the overall downward trend there. And that's welcome news for a lot of us. I know you probably share that as well. Time is right at 1:28 this morning. We'll watch for this warning to expire. I don't see them drawing anything new up from that specific segment. You've got some flash flood warnings. That'll be a concern, I think, for a while until the rain comes to an end. This is going to be the most intense rainfall, the heaviest amounts. The rainfall rates anywhere between 1 to 2 inches. Some locations, as we saw earlier, as much as 3 inches of rainfall an hour. The rest of this to the north, it's not near as intense, but it is a steady rain. And so that will kind of exasperate any ponding on the roadways, flooding that we may very well be seeing out of the actual line itself. All this back here, those yellows denoting a pretty steady, moderate rainfall, which, you know, we kind of need. I just wish it wasn't happening all at one time. That's where we have flooding issues. It's not that we are not in a drought. We still are. It's not that we don't need the rain. We still do. It's just that we can't get it all at once. The infrastructure isn't necessarily built for that. Streams, creeks sometimes can't keep up with that runoff, and that's where you start to see some flooding concerns. And so we'll watch for that pretty closely. I think that's going to be what we're really transitioning primarily to as this line weakens with more southerly progress, and that is the case right now. Good soaking rain across northwest Arkansas thus far. I anticipate that being the case as well in the River Valley. I know it's quiet, especially the further south you go, and you're thinking, what's going on? I'm in Waldron. I'm in Heavener, I'm in Spiro, and I'm curious what's going on. It's coming. It's just a little bit further towards your north, at least for the time being. 12-hour rainfall estimates, load those in. This is Doppler radar estimated. It's going to look different than your rain gauges. Your rain gauges are by far more accurate than what the radar is just guessing based off of the intensity of the rainfall, the duration, and things of that nature. But I will say, as I look at it, it actually seems somewhat reasonable. A good chunk of Benton County picking up maybe 2, close to 3 inches of rain. You get into Carroll County, and maybe a lot of us are 2, perhaps we're closer to that 3.5 inch, where we start to see some of these reds. The line progressing further south into Washington, Delaware, let's let's say Adair, Washington, and Madison counties, you've got maybe about 1 inch or so, but keep in mind it's still falling. It's still probably falling pretty quickly. And so I do think we'll start to see more of these purples corresponding to 2.5, 3 inches of rain drifting a little bit further towards the south. And that's likely what's on the way for the River Valley as well. Perhaps less than in Northwest Arkansas, simply because it should be weakening with time, but I do think it's going to be a good soaking rain for a lot of us. And so that's probably what you can expect in the River Valley, where I know thus far it's not been very busy at all. But the good news is you avoided the worst of the winds, and maybe you can just pick up a little bit of much needed rainfall out of it as well. So a new set of data kind of flashing, and it'll start to fill back in here as the radar beam sweeps the skies once more. It does show you a little bit better all the lightning clustered right around Fayetteville, Rogers, Bentonville. There the data comes back. Sweeping the skies. The one warning we still have is going to be for eastern Madison County, Kingston. Let's say St. Paul's not included, but just to the east of us here in St. Paul, that cell moving off towards the east. You can notice the winds remain relatively high in Newton County. That's probably another area that's not technically ours, as much as I wish it was, that we probably have several residents from in Northwest Arkansas or the River Valley, Buffalo River, whether you're camping this weekend. Be mindful of the winds, but that's probably the only area where we would see the potential for high winds right now. Rainfall is a little bit lighter than perhaps in places such as Devil's Den, West Fork, Winslow right now. That rain's pretty intense, but the wind potential is going to be a little bit higher right here into Newton County. Something to check. Right now, 134, we have 221 lightning strikes over the last 10 minutes. So in about 10 minutes, if you'll remind me, we'll check that again to see, is it still going down? Is the trend overall down? I suspect it probably will. Our severe thunderstorm warning for Madison County being continued, at least for the time being. Right now, we could be still seeing 60-mile-per-hour winds. Let's look at the winds in it. We haven't done that in a bit on air. I've not seen anything that sticks out as overtly concerning. In fact, I can already tell just from a bird's eye view that maybe you've got some high winds coming out of this, but generally speaking, those winds right now look a little bit closer to 50 or so miles per hour, just based off radar presentation alone. When we start to sample some of these winds, I don't think it's going to show a lot, but we'll give it a shot. There's 40. Here's going to be 32, 23. Yeah, not so much. So, I mean, the worst part is almost out. So this was going to go through 145. It's got 10 more minutes. It's minimally not going to be extended. It's not going to be reissued, but I think there's a chance maybe they just cancel that early, which would be welcome news for a lot of us in Madison County this morning. We'll go back out area wide. You know, this area right here, this was kind of the demarcation area where you had kind of a west-east boundary. That's terrible. A west-east boundary versus more of a southwest-northeast boundary right here. That almost is invisible at this point. You can't really see as well defined as it was even an hour or so ago. With that said, the confluence of those two segments would still indicate this is probably where we have the most intensity, especially in terms of rainfall right now. This is where we notice the highest rainfall amounts. So Adair County, perhaps Cherokee County, that is moving towards the south into Sequoia County. And so let's watch that general area. I do think if something was to tighten up and even try to rotate, that's where it would be. I'm not seeing that at all right now. But in terms of things to just kind of keep your eye on of an area that may experience some re-intensification, it'd be kind of that confluence area right there. And eventually, probably in the next several moments, that would take it into portions of Sequoia County. So Stillwell, we've got some heavy rain right now. Tahlequah, of course, that's where we have the ongoing flash flooding, but that is quickly going to be moving into places such as Flute Springs and Marble, Redbird Smith, into Salisaw, Muldrow, Roland. That's going to produce some heavy rain minimally, and probably some gusty winds, even if those winds aren't severe, as they aren't as of right now. They're minimally going to be pretty heavy. So let me do this. I'm curious. These cells were moving at about, let's say, close to 40 miles per hour. I think that's a good threshold to track from. So that takes it out over the next 2 hours. That's going to pick up some of the bigger towns, but you can probably interpolate from where you live. Mountainburg at 139, which is basically now. Alma right around 154. Downtown Fort Smith right at 2 o'clock this morning. Charleston not too long thereafter at around 216. Paris 221. Boonville at 234. Poteau right around 242. Keep in mind this line is weakening the further south it goes. Waldron 256, Tallahena at 308, Walmart and Mena. I've added the Walmarts to the system. I hope that gives you kind of an idea of like where is this storm in relation to something that you probably know very familiar, have a high degree of familiarity with. Mount Ida 338, that's way out of our area. You get into the Wicks community 356 and 402 in Glenwood, but that gives you a general track. So if the watch itself goes until 5 o'clock, but I think the threat is going to be over long before then, especially in Northwest Arkansas. I think that watch probably ends up getting canceled behind the line here relatively soon. In fact, let's do this. Let's go home. Nope, that's not home. Home. Try it again. So if you're north of this line, let's do go to bed. This is tough. That's supposed to be an A, Scott. Okay, go to bed if you're north of the line. You're south of the line, you know, you don't have any severe warnings right now. I think you're largely in good shape. I think you got some higher winds that aren't severe at the moment, but are going to be weakening as it gets a little bit further towards the south. And so, you know what, if you're really nervous, you might stay up. I'm going to stay up with you. I may pop away and go get that second pot of coffee going once this last warning is issued, but I'm going to keep the stream hot. It's not going to go anywhere. So wherever you're finding us right now, we'll keep it up live, and I'll just come back and check in with you every few moments as things evolve. But it's going to be south of this line where the severe weather potential is going to remain. North of it, not only is the worst part past you, the rain-cooled air is also going to help stabilize the atmosphere, and so you're just looking at primarily additional rainfall. Flooding, of course, is going to be a bit of a concern, but in terms of severe weather winds, right now, north of the tunnel, you're in good shape. South of the tunnel, the leading edge of that line, getting a little bit closer into the heart of the river valley, which is going to result in things getting a little bit loud for some. There's a fair amount of lightning still. There's less than there was, but still a fair amount of lightning. Thus, you're hearing the thunder. The winds will pick up. You may hear that whipping around the windows and your doors. It's going to be right now running from Cass through White Rock Mountain. You get towards Mountainburg and then points over towards Stillwell. That's where the leading edge is right now. This is where the winds are going to be the highest. Only about 40 to 50 miles per hour. Severe weather threshold 60. And so we're below that. There's no warning in effect for that segment. This one here expires in 4 minutes, and there's no indication that there's any need to reissue that specific warning. And so right now, again, trending in a favorable direction, which is what we wanted to see, what we expected to see as this line pushed off towards the south. There could still be a few strong wind gusts, and I'm not even going to rule out an additional warning, a severe thunderstorm warning. That's still a possibility, but in terms of overall severity, I think we're trending in a really favorable direction. If you see the lights, the flash here, and the television screen kind of go black. That's we have a giant tower about, I don't know, 30 feet from me over here. It's outside, right? So it's a lightning rod. Boy, it's a lightning rod. And anytime you see the black flickering, that's just us taking a lightning strike. It used to scare the bejesus out of me, but I guess I'm just kind of immune to it at this point. You can feel it. You can definitely feel it. So it looks like the Newton County warning, well, it did expire. Again, it's not our area, but Buffalo River, a lot of folks over here near Jasper, Ponca, you've got a decreasing storm. So the threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning is no longer being met. That warning has been dropped by the Weather Service out of Little Rock. This one is going to fall off the map in about 3 minutes, right at 1:45. That was the original expiration time for that. Once it gets so close, and I don't know why the federal government does a lot of what they do. Although the Weather Service folks are fine people, it ain't their choice. There's some rules in place that once you get so many minutes away from the original expiration time, they have to just let it expire naturally. They can't preemptively expire it. I don't know. There's probably some logic there that I've just never understood, but at any rate, there's clearly no severe weather happening right here in this warning, but the warning itself remains in place for at least 2 more minutes, and so we'll just let that ride itself out, and it will expire. I mean, there's a fair amount of heavy rain now moving through portions of Mountainburg and Cass. You get over into southern Adair County as well. But in terms of just overall impacts, right now you're looking at some intense heavy downpours. I know the folks that are camping here at Devil's Den know exactly what I'm talking about. And you're getting closer and closer to Lake Fort Smith State Park as well, just for some context as to kind of what we're looking at. We'll go in a little bit closer. I'm going to be excited to see some of these get closer to our Fort Smith cameras. We'll be able to get an idea of what they're looking like with the help of some of that lightning. But you find up and down 49 from, let's say, the Mountainburg exit all the way up towards Fayetteville. Probably not the best of mornings to be out and about on the roadways. Of course, some folks just can't avoid it. But if you have reason to be out and about, and I don't know many people that would at 1:45 in the morning, you might want to just consider letting that go for a little bit. Let some of this rain let up. It's certainly going to be a blinding rain, especially where these greds are the darkest. You get a little bit of wind to kind of push that rain around as well. I can only imagine traveling the bridges and overpasses of I-49 between northern Crawford County into southern Washington. May be a little bit treacherous for us this evening. It's certainly something to keep in mind. Let me show you the watches too. Gotta click another button. Okay, so we've gone ahead and, as expected, I didn't see this come through, but as expected, oh, it just happened, that's why. The severe thunderstorm watch for Delaware and Benton County has been dropped. So as expected, that line pushes through, the severe weather potential starts to decrease. That same thing is going to happen in Adair, Washington, Carroll, and Madison next. It probably happens in the next 15 to 20 minutes if I had to guess. The severe weather threat continues to push up towards the south and east. As a result, our watch will remain in effect until 5 o'clock for portions of the River Valley. Right now, this is what it is, but I'm just kind of projecting, given the overall environment where we've already seen the storms, is kind of zapped. There's not enough fuel, there's not enough ingredients available left for those storms. We'll see that watch begin to get lifted, and it will continue to be in effect as those storms roll into the River Valley. Now, though, it's 1:45. Our severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire. That's going to be the case for Madison County. So this line is still strong, but it's not severe. There is a big difference between strong and severe. I would say it's strong. You got some heavy rainfall, some gusty winds, and a fair amount of lightning and thunder. So with that said, that second pot of coffee is calling my name. I'm not going to leave you in terms of ending the live stream. I am going to walk over and get a good swig of coffee so we can keep tracking these the rest of the morning, because it is going to be a few more hours, about 2 or so more hours before these storms clear the River Valley entirely. So with that said, the stream is going to stay up. I might mute my mic, go get that cup of coffee, and I'll be popping in with you every few minutes, unless there's a warning issued. In case if that happens, we're back to wall-to-wall coverage on that. But in terms of right now, this is just some good old-fashioned sleeping weather. There's nothing to be concerned with. There's no active severe weather right now. We're in really good shape in terms of overall trends. Not only are these not severe right now, with each passing sweep of the radar, we're starting to see these storms really weaken a bit, and that is what we had hoped for a night like this. And so I'll visit with you here in let's say about 5 or 6 more minutes. All right, good Sunday morning, everybody. We continue to track some strong storms rolling through the area. I'm going to update that banner because that was from earlier. All right, I saw a question in the comments. What's everyone's favorite band? I said George Strait. I don't know if George Strait counts as a band or just an artist. I don't know. Who would be my favorite band otherwise? I don't know. I got some time to think about it. At any rate, this is a live picture of Doppler radar. I did see a few comments in the stream from some folks traveling up and down 49. Praying, and I get that. I'm sure it's not the best of travel. It's definitely intense with rainfall. Nothing severe. Current time's 1:56. You're watching us here on 5 News Plus. I think we're still on Facebook and YouTube as well. There's nothing severe right now, but boy, these storms are intense. There's no question about that. There's near constant lightning, thus thunder. And so a lot of folks on the leading edge of this line haven't had any warnings on their phones. Their NOAA weather radios haven't gone off. But now, if you're in Mountainburg or Cedarville or Uniontown, perhaps even Watalula, Barnes, you're getting woken up by Mother Nature herself. And if that's you kind of tuning into the stream here this morning, there's nothing severe at the moment, but these storms do have some gusty pockets of wind, 40 to 50 miles per hour, a lot of lightning. So you're hearing a fair amount of thunder rolling. And then, of course, we've got some pretty heavy rainfall at times. And that is making for some difficult travel up and down I-49. So I saw you in the comments there. If that's you, just take it slow, take it safe, and you'll get there hopefully without any issue. The Mother Nature's not going to make it any easier for you. I've got live radar pulled up here. I want to show you something of interest. This is going to be the leading edge of that line. And if you'll notice, there's that green outflow boundary. I can put an arrow on this and kind of show it to you. This little thing right here, we call it an outflow boundary. This is just some rain-cooled air rushing out of the bottom of that thunderstorm. It hits the ground and it kicks up dust and insects and things of that nature, and that's why it shows up in green. You would think maybe it's just some light sprinkles, right? It's actually just some particulate matter in the air, but that's oftentimes to us an indicator that these storms, we call it outflow dominant, and really what that means is the storms are out of balance. And when a storm is out of balance, it's more outflow than inflow. You start to have a weakening trend. And that's what we wanted to see tonight. And that's really what was expected to be the case, as we knew the environment in Northwest Arkansas was a little bit more conducive for severe weather. That's where the level 3 risk was. Meanwhile, the level 2, where kind of the storms are now. And soon we're going to be dropping into a level 1 risk of severe storms. In fact, I think I can maybe even, let's see, show you. I tried showing you earlier, but the clock struck midnight, and okay, yeah, it's already technically going over to tomorrow or today, Sunday. Boy, that gets trippy, doesn't it? My sleep schedule's been all over the place. I don't know what day it is. Worked some storms early this morning, and then, of course, we had tonight's supercell that kind of rolled through Benton and Delaware County. That fizzled out, and this is the main show. This was the reason for the level 3 risk of severe storms. It was this line segment that is continuing to progress off towards the east. Now, I'm showing you right now a 1-hour radar loop, and that gives you an idea of the overall weakening trend. If you kind of just draw your eye into those colors, and it's obviously a lot more than just colors, right? There's a lot of science behind this, but in terms of just making it easy for folks at 2 o'clock in the morning, look at the color scheme there. You go from having a fair amount of reds indicating to us some really intense downpours to, okay, we're starting to see fewer of those, still some moderate to heavy rainfall nonetheless, and that's going to continue to be the case probably for the next couple of hours, at which point I think the worst will have passed parts of the river valley, and we'll just see some constant steady rain on the backside of that cell. I'm going to pull up some cameras here. We have a big camera network, gives us an idea of what is happening around the area. First, I'm going to look into our U.S. Marshals Museum camera. This one shows more ground than sky, but it is pointing off towards the almost due west into Oklahoma, where the leading edge of that line is rolling into portions of Sequoia County. And what I'm looking for, is there any lightning? Are we seeing Any lightning strikes off in the distance. And boy, if I didn't know better, if I was just looking at this camera randomly, I'd say it's just another quiet evening in Fort Smith along the banks of the Arkansas River. I'm not going to wait much longer there for that. Let's pull up this other one. This is going to be our ACHE, Arkansas Colleges of Health Education camera, and I do see a little bit of lightning there off in the distance. This iPad and I'll swing that camera around just a bit. I will say this, while yeah, there's a little bit of lightning there, no question about it. I wouldn't argue that. There's not near as many as there were in terms of lightning strikes. Of course, you get a little bit of light pollution from the city, and it makes it a little bit tougher to see, but at any rate, you can kind of get a general idea that those storms looking off towards the northwest there, coming in closer and closer into Sequoyah County, and those are the ones that are actually the strongest of any of them right now. Still below severe weather limits, but those would be the ones that are going to be the strongest for the time being. I was looking at our POTO camera. Not a lot going on here. So that's due west. Let me leave that pointed up here. We'll come back to that one here in a little bit. I want to show you some 12-hour rainfall totals. We've picked up a good amount of rain over the last 12 hours, and that is going to continue to be the trend. If you were with us a little bit earlier, I said, you know what, as this rain continues, what we'll find are more of these purples, which represent about 2+ inches of rain. Those would continue drifting a little bit further towards the south out of Benton and Carroll counties, and that has been the case. I mean, look at the 412 corridor between, let's say, Springdale and Huntsville. You're now kind of looking at that 2+ inch with more on the way. It's not near as heavy as it was. It's light to moderate at times, but that certainly is going to start to pile up. And you can see that extending into Adair County, Washington County. It's a little bit more broken at this point. That's really where the storm started to weaken and lose a lot of its steam as it rolled south of Fayetteville. But I do think we'll probably find more of these purples, and if not, some isolated pockets of these reds, which correlate to closer to 3 inches of rain. The red does. The purple is going to be about 2 inches. At any rate, a fair amount of rain, which is great. We need it. Unfortunately, it came down really quickly, and sometimes what happens when we get these quick downpours like this, the ground doesn't have time to absorb it. And so what happens is it just runs off into creeks and rivers and streams, which, goes into larger creeks and rivers and streams, and it gets carried away from where the rain actually fell. And so when we talk about the fact that we are in a drought, this is helpful. I'm not going to argue that. But if it was a slow, steady rain, less of it is wasted into the creeks and rivers and streams, if you will, because the ground, your yards, your gardens, your flower beds, that's able to effectively absorb more of it if it's a slow, steady rain, as opposed to, my goodness, just a whole bunch all at once, which is what we've seen, especially along the leading edge of this line. Current time is 2:03, 2:04, something like that. This line is now pretty much parallel with Interstate 40. You've got rain and storms through Vian and Weber's Falls, Fort Smith. You're hearing the thunder, but you're looking around thinking, okay, what's going on? Ozark, north side of town's getting in on the action. Mulberry, it's not there yet, but it's close. It's on the north side of Alma. This storm is moving a little bit quicker than it was earlier, so I do think in the next few moments, a lot of folks in the River Valley are going to be looking at storms. What's so funny, not funny, it's not funny, but it will happen as these storms roll through in the middle of the night. We've lost the severe weather warnings. A lot of folks are going back to bed. I told you I drew the line. I go back to bed if you're north of the line, right? Now that we got these storms moving into an area that's been so quiet all night long, we're going to wake up, or we're going to start to see a lot of folks waking up and jumping on the stream and saying, hey, what's going on? And if that's you, if it's just happened to you, hey, I'm glad you found us. We're live on Facebook, YouTube, and 5 News Plus on a free smart app for TVs, as well as on mobile devices. I think that stream is pretty stable at this point, at least from what I can tell. So if that's you waking up this morning, there's nothing severe. And while the severe weather watch is going to continue until 5 a.m. for a good chunk of the area, this storm not only isn't severe any longer, it's weakening, actually. And so that is all good news for us as it continues to lose a little bit of its steam as it rolls off towards the south. So if that's you and you're thinking, okay, do I need to stay up? Do I need to get the kids up? What's going on? You know, have a couple of ways to receive warnings, but overall, I think we're in relatively fine shape, aside from just a strong, loud thunderstorm. Right now, it's more bark than bite. Now, there's some gusty winds. Like we got 40 to 50 mile per hour winds, perhaps, but severe is defined as 60 plus. And so we're not meeting that threshold. Hey, you can still get a tree toppled at 40, 50, especially if it's got a weak root system, or maybe it's an area that's seen a ton of rain recently and the ground's a bit more saturated. All those things are real possibilities. But in terms of meeting that severe weather threshold, as the book says it is, that definition, we're not there. And I don't have any wood to knock on, but I would venture to say, based off of current trends, we probably don't end up getting there. Do have a flash flood warning in effect for Adair and Delaware counties. That's going to be that maroon box right there. There's actually two for Delaware County, one for the north side of town, or north side of the county, one for the southwest side. That extends into western Adair County. Kind of expected to see a couple of more of those, but hey, we'll take it. It's a live look in Fayetteville right now. This is looking towards the north. Rain continues. This is going to be a camera on top of the Slim Chickens headquarters, which sits right there on the Fulbright Expressway. Let's go into Fort Smith, Rogers Avenue. Boy, things are quiet. Although, if you look towards the top of your screen, you can almost see the cloud deck starting to kind of roll through right there. Interesting little picture. That's going to get busy here soon. In Ozark, our camera is shaking. So there's the winds. That's probably going to be more outflow boundary right now. Notice how that camera is just dancing back and forth, back and forth. It's looking at the 23 bridge over the Arkansas River. You can kind of look over in towards Paris off in the distance there. Paris is going to get some rain, some storms. Ozark's getting it. The north side is getting it right now, but in the next few moments, Ozark's really going to be seeing the rain increase. It's not severe, ain't nothing to be worried about. Alma, it's slowly creeping into your neck of the woods. Cedarville, I know things are pretty intense for you right now. Uniontown as well, Lee Creek. Van Buren, for the most part, is quiet. Kibler as well, but give it about 5 to 10 more minutes, and those storms are going to keep continuing to creep right into your neck of the woods. When it comes to Roland and, let's say, Muldrow and Salisaw, it's not far from you, getting a little bit closer. In fact, right now, Bellefonte and Brushy, Evening Shade, is seeing some heavy downpours. Vian, Gore, Weber's Falls, it's also storming there as well. It's not severe. Fair amount of lightning, although those counts have come down. In fact, what I'm going to do is bump us back over to the radar here. And you can see the leading edge of that line getting really close to the Fort Smith area. You're going to start to find a lot of folks waking up early this morning. Sorry about it. But the lightning count there, I mean, it's pretty low. Let's zoom out and get the whole area. Earlier, what was it? It was like 212. Okay, it's around that same amount still right now. Not a lot of changes. Let me actually stop it right now. Okay, 236, 227. So not much different. I want to look off towards the north, see how much more rain's coming our direction. So this is a 1 hour loop. You can see there's going to be a steady rain behind the actual leading edge of the storm. And so once the storm itself is done with you, you're going to continue to have some moderate rainfall. And so there is still going to be that potential for some additional flash flooding. The Northwest Arkansas is under a flash flood watch. I don't think that was extended into the River Valley, although the severe weather watch is going to continue until 5 a.m. I want to look at something in Sequoia County real quick. Something caught my eye a second ago. Look in the velocities. Nothing of concern at the moment. There's probably some radar. Yeah, maybe some very weak rotation along 64 close to Vian. It's nothing to write home about. In fact, sometimes I struggle with, do I just be honest with what I'm seeing, or does that transparency, even when it's not likely to produce anything, actually end up just scaring folks? I don't want to scare anyone. That's the last thing I want to do. But I will be transparent with you and tell you there's probably a little bit of rotation not far from Vian. It's weak. It's not of concern. It's not of concern right now. We'll pay attention to it closely, but right now it's generally okay. Boy, a lot of us have seen a fair amount of rain over the last 48 hours. We'll take that. Storm reports haven't gotten a lot, and this is really normal. Middle of the night, no one wants to go outside and look at the damage, and then and generally top of mind is not to call it in. So, I wouldn't be surprised if we wake up tomorrow morning. Daylight may reveal a few more limbs or even trees blown over. Not many, probably. I think we would have heard about at least a few at this point, but you start to see the reports just haven't really come in for that. That's not uncommon, especially you start talking in the middle of the night, intense rainfall. I mean, who wants to go out with a flashlight trying to look around while you've got frequent lightning striking all around you, the winds are blowing? It's not necessarily something safe, and so we don't recommend it for sure, but wouldn't be surprised if the sunrise doesn't reveal at least a few of those trees being toppled over. May not be big ones, maybe small ones, but that's a reality for us. I-40 right now between, let's say, Vian over towards Clarksville. Not all of that's actually seen the storms yet, but it's about to. And so if you have any west-east travel plans along I-40 here over the next couple of hours, you might just be mindful of that, especially for the next hour. That's when it's going to be most intense. I haven't checked RDOT, but sometimes you can almost guarantee a few accidents when that high precipitation occurs. Let's see here. No accidents being reported right now. I'll keep an eye on that. If anything of interest pops up, I'll let you know. Did notice the power outages ticked up. That's for sure. In fact, let me give you the latest. So Arkansas total is 6,400 folks without power. Most of that is in our neck of the woods. Washington County has 3,700 customers without power. Benton County about a little more than 1,000. Carroll County right at 1,000. Crawford County starting to tick up right now, only at 57. 57 homes though. None being reported in Sebastian, Franklin, Johnson, Logan, or Scott County. Let me go into Oklahoma. In Oklahoma, Delaware County has 676 folks without power. None reported in Adair. One customer out in both Sequoia and LaFleur counties. Oof. Talk about bad luck. Put a track on this for us. What do you say? Motion on this is at about 30 miles an hour. So that puts it in Ozark now. Clarksville at about 223. Paris right at 245. New Blaine in Logan County 249. How about Greenwood? 257 this morning. Dardanelle at 307. Danville at 321. Podo right at 329. We'll take it into Waldron about 340 this morning. Heavener not that much longer at around 351. Let's put this in Blancett just before the 4 o'clock hour. So as you're making some plans, you can keep those estimated times of arrival in the back of your mind. I do think it is worth staying severe weather aware. We go into the evening hours, that watch is still there. I'm curious about what this is doing. I showed you some weak rotation. It's a little higher, but it's still not concerning at this moment. We'll watch it closely. Definitely got some heavy rain, frequent lightning strikes there too. If you're just now finding us, I know Mother Nature's waking a lot of folks up in the River Valley. Nothing severe. I'd love to repeat myself on that. Anytime I can give good news, I will. I don't get to do that a lot. So I take a lot of pride in getting to do that. Nothing severe at the moment. That potential is there, but nothing severe at the moment. Storms are largely trending down. The only exception would be where that area, that suspicious little area over here in western Sequoia County is. Not only is there a little bit more organization, there's also an uptick in the amount of lightning that we're seeing right there. And so that's certainly something we want to watch closely. In fact, that one little cell in Sequoia County right now has 82 lightning strikes in it. And you can see that cluster. I can actually make them a little bit bigger for you. That cluster of lightning is really the only cluster we've got. There's certainly some lightning strikes elsewhere, but they're really clustered right there in western Sequoia County, which is probably going to tell us it does tell us, and no probably about it, that's the strongest cell that we've got right now. Starting to show a little bit of some organization, but it's struggling to get there. Let's hope it doesn't. If it does, we'll continue streaming right here. Now, if a tornado warning is issued, we'll go on TV. The odds of that are seemingly rather low. In fact, we have no severe warnings at all right now, and that's some good news. This is going to be rolling into the Sallisaw area over the next several minutes. In fact, if you're in Sallisaw, my suspicion is, even though it's not raining, you're hearing the thunder, just given how many lightning strikes are right there. This is an area that is still under a severe thunderstorm watch. We have dropped that watch from Benton and Delaware County. I suspect soon we'll end up dropping other counties, especially in northwest Arkansas. And with time, if there's still a watch in effect by 5 a.m., we'll probably end up dropping some River Valley counties before its actual expiration time, which is 5 a.m. The severe thunderstorm watch originally set for 5 to run out. I think at this point, though, the main line itself is drifting far enough south that we're probably not too far away from allowing some of those watches to expire. We'll show you the flood watch. It's just northwest Arkansas, northeast Oklahoma, does not include the River Valley. Not to say there might not be some localized flooding. That's a real possibility, but the higher odds for this morning's event was going to be northwest Arkansas. And we did see some flooding there, especially in the rivers and creeks that were already kind of high. Oh, you know what? Let's pull up an Ozark camera. What do you say? It's not shaking like it was, but you can definitely see the rain is rather intense right there. We'll go into South Fort Smith. Okay, this is a good shot. Look at those low-level clouds. This is actually going to be looking west over towards the most intense part of that cell that's right now in Sequoia County. So you can see the overall storm motion just looking at those low-hanging clouds, generally from the due north to due south, so moving towards the south. And that lightning is so interesting how it's reflecting there on the surface. I've not seen that in a long time. It's almost an optical illusion, but it really just has to do with how low the cloud deck is right now. And those clouds are definitely low. Eventually we're going to look at our Poto camera because the strongest part of that cell actually is going to likely track over Poto. Yeah, pretty good shot there. Love that. All right, it's 2:21. Good morning to everybody that Mother Nature is waking up. We continue to track a broken line of thunderstorms. Got a lot of folks up early this morning. There was a fun question earlier in the comment section. I can't see it anymore, but there was a fun question when I last saw it and went and got a cup of coffee. It was, what's your favorite band? And I thought, well, that's one way to pass time. I don't hate it. I'd write down nothing severe. We got time to relax a bit. Severe weather coverage or storm coverage doesn't have to be intense and severe. That's my belief anyways. Now, when, of course, things do get severe, of course, we'll take it real seriously. But for the time being, we're enjoying some storms together or we're riding them out together, depending on your perspective. I know some people really enjoy a good summertime thunderstorm. Other folks said, my word, I was just trying to sleep. Now the dogs got me woke up. Yeah, I get it. Those dogs probably don't like the lightning or the thunder. And there's a fair amount of it now in the River Valley, waking some folks up, which is an area that's been really quiet over the last several hours, right? We were tracking those storms, NWA, and there was a lot of people that were probably just very unaware that, hey, those things are coming my direction. Well, they're there now. They're rolling through the heart of the River Valley, pretty much parallel with the Interstate 40 corridor, as you can see on live radar. These will continue pushing towards the south. So if you're in Spiro or Greenwood or maybe even Hackett or Waldron or Paris, Worcester, this is coming your direction. It's coming slowly. The overall trend on these has been down. They've been trending down since they really started rolling through Fayetteville. And what I mean by down is they're losing a lot of their steam. They're trending weaker with time, which is good news for us. With that said, that doesn't mean they're not loud. And it doesn't mean something may not try to spin up real quickly and re-intensify. I can't say I expect it necessarily, but I do think there's at least a possibility of it. And so this is a good reminder. Don't mistake my presence here as there being severe weather. I like to fire these streams up and keep them going even when there's not severe weather, especially in the middle of the night, just because I know some folks just may wake up and get nervous. And so just want to be a voice of calm for you here this evening, morning, whatever it is, just to let you know things are okay for now. And if something does spin up, we'll take it a bit more seriously. But for the time being, it's just a good old-fashioned thunderstorm, summertime thunderstorm. Rain continues northwest Arkansas. At times, some occasional rumbles of thunder. That, too, may be waking some folks up. But the leading edge of the line, and I can kind of show you where this is going to be right here. This is where the storms are the strongest. That's where the heaviest of rain is found. That's where the most frequent lightning is. And there's probably even some 30 to, at this point now, 40-mile-per-hour winds coming out of it. Generally, that's not enough to do damage on most things anyways. There's always an exception to the rule. There's always a dead tree that gets blown over, or in recent days, we've seen a fair amount of rain. And so maybe the ground got really saturated and it didn't take much to make that one final push to push that tree over. Things of that nature can happen, but in terms of overall storm structure, this is weakening, and that's good news for everybody in the River Valley. With that said, I know that it can be a little bit alarming to get all that lightning and thunder overnight as you're probably sleeping peacefully. I'm going to do that tomorrow or today, whatever today is, later today. Y'all, I've not looked at Futurecast since I've been in, but we can look at it. It may be wrong, but we can look at it. It is actually doing okay. Yeah, it's actually not bad. I would take it through the 5 o'clock hour this morning. That's when the watch is set to expire for all of us, for anyone that's still included in it. That would have it kind of moving out of our area right there at the 5 o'clock hour, which, you know, about 2.5 hours from now. Yeah, that kind of checks out. All right, I'm going to go ahead and take you back to live radar for just a few minutes. I'm going to go get another cup of coffee. We'll see how many I can drink tonight. I'll be back with you here about 5 minutes or so, and we'll continue tracking these. Unless there's a warning issued, I'll be looking pretty closely. But as of right now, nothing severe. Wouldn't expect there to be a lot of severe weather. But give me just a few, and we'll circle back up and track the very latest here in just a couple of minutes. All right, back with you as promised. Storms continue to roll through. Nothing's changed since our last visit. Still looking at non-severe thunderstorms. They're loud, but they're not severe. A lot more bark than bite with these specifically as they're now moving into the Fort Smith area. What you find is frequent lightning, so you're hearing a lot of thunder, and some gusty winds, perhaps 40 to 50 mile per hour, which is not severe, and a fair amount of rain, heavy rain at times kind of coming down. These storms now rolling through Fort Smith, Van Buren, Alma, Sallisaw, the Moffat Bottoms, rolling, getting in on the action right now. The most intense portion of this cell is near Sallisaw. That's where the lightning is most frequent, heavy rain, and likely some gusty winds as well. Let's see here. Sometimes you just can't help but laugh about some folks in the comments section. My goodness. 2 a.m. and Norma is cranky. I get it. I am too. We'll go into Sallisaw, Muldrow, Fort Smith. Boy, it's intense. Let me pull up a Fort Smith camera for us. And we were looking at some of those earlier this morning, and those were some really low-hanging clouds. Those clouds, you know, all bark, no bite, but pretty intense nonetheless. This has been the cell, or the camera view that shows us what's rolling through Fort Smith right now, but it also has a pretty good view off towards the west, closer to Sallisaw, and that's where we find the most lightning, thus the most thunder. I'm going to spin it around just a bit. Now, this camera, just for some context, sits in South Fort Smith, right there on top of the colleges of health education. And so if I spin that to the north, we're going to be looking a little bit more so into Fort Smith. Okay, yeah, a little bit of intense lightning there, so it's waking some folks up. Just wanted to be here. You know, we can stream all night long, and our hope is that we're just a resource for folks that are getting woke up in the middle of the night. Or maybe you're a weather weenie and you've been up all night long with a little bit of anxiety. I know there are a lot of folks out there, and we just kind of want to be helpful to you. There's nothing severe. Please don't mistake my presence as anything, that there's anything bad going on right now. Some strong thunderstorms, but not even meeting the threshold for severe weather, that's some really good news for us. So that's going to be the ACHE camera. We'll pull up here our U.S. Marshals Museum camera. This one sits, of course, on the banks of the Arkansas River, not far from downtown. It's looking towards the west. This camera itself, I can't spin it around, and it shows more ground than really anything else, but you can use those lights off in the distance to see, okay, yeah, it's got some intense rainfall. There's no doubting that for sure. We can go look in Rogers Avenue, our Fort Smith camera that sits on top of the Mercy Hospital there on Rogers. Now this one's looking off towards the south, and so the worst part of it actually isn't even in view of this camera yet, although as that line continues progressing off towards the south, I suspect it probably will be with the next 5 to 10 minutes for sure. Those storms continue to drift south slowly. There's an interesting thing that I've pointed it out a lot tonight because it's helping to in many ways mitigate the severe weather potential, but there is an outflow boundary that's rushing out ahead of this storm. You can see it right here. Those greens, that's actually not sprinkles. It's not rain. That's some wind really kicking up some dust and sometimes insects and bugs, actually, believe it or not, that gets kicked up because the storm itself is, I don't want to say it's collapsing entirely, but there's a lot of air falling out of that storm. It hits the ground. It's a lot cooler because of the rain that it's going through, and that cooler air begins to rush out, and that's what kicks up the dust and the bugs. It really has nothing to do with the dust and the bugs, but the impact of that is that it is helping to stabilize the atmosphere ahead of the main line. It happens when storms aren't in balance. To be a balanced thunderstorm, you got to have a healthy updraft, a healthy downdraft, and you got to keep that somewhat balanced. It's kind of tough to do. Obviously, we know it happens when we get the worst of the storms, but at any rate, being that storm's not in balance tonight, it's weakening. And we've seen that since about Fayetteville when those storms rolled through. That weakening trend continues as these storms continue to slide off towards the south. Almost the entire I-40 corridor right now dealing with some heavy rain at times. It's going to continue to fill in across parts of Sequoyah County, which is where we've had the most intense thunderstorms. That's tracking towards the Poto area, Bekoshi, Panama, Shady Point, Spiro. You're going to get in on that cell as well, probably within the next 30 to 45 minutes. In fact, what I will do, I want to get the latest speed on these storms. I don't think it's changed much, but it's good to just double check. These storms right now, at their worst, are producing winds up to 50. I don't know if they're actually getting that high, but at their fullest potential, that's what they could be producing, which, it's nothing to necessarily ignore. 60 mile per hour is what would trigger a warning. And so with these moving at about 50 or so miles per hour, I'll put a track on it for you. So this is the next, let's see here. Muldrow now, Cove Lake over in Logan County, it's going to be about 243. Choctaw Casino and Pecola, so let's just say Pecola broadly, 244. Mount Magazine State Park, if anyone's camping there, you could expect some gusty wind, some heavy rain, and a fair amount of lightning and thunder. That's at 248. Greenwood around 249. That's 10 minutes from now. Boonville at 252. Rock Island at 253. Dayton at 257. How about Panama? 301. Poto at 305 to 308. Waldron at 313 this morning. Of course, that all assumes the storm doesn't speed up or slow down. It hasn't been changing a lot lately in terms of speeding up or slowing down, so perhaps we can avoid that entirely. Strongest part of the cell, I'm going to circle it for us right here, is going to be what's rolling through Sallisaw right now. And it does have a bit more of a southeasterly component to it, as opposed to the most of the line has had a bit more of a south. So all this right here pushing almost due south. That's a really terrible arrow, but you get the point. This cell is a bit more southeasterly, and that's probably, as we've kind of discussed a lot tonight, I think, the area where we would expect anything to misbehave if something is to misbehave. Not seeing a lot of evidence of that. For the heck of it, we can look at rotation. There's none. There could be some gusty winds. I think that would probably be the primary hazard right there. Up to 50. I don't see any evidence of hail. And even the wind signatures aren't that impressive. .241's current time, area-wide. There's a lot of rain, especially behind this system. And so where we saw some heavy rain with the actual leading edge of the line itself, back behind it, you're looking at some soaking rains across all of northwest Arkansas, now extending into the River Valley as well. So once the leading edge passes you to the south, you're going to continue to have some moderate to at times even some heavy rain continuing to fall. Not seeing near as much lightning up towards the north of the line, and so those isolated rumbles of thunder probably going to be fewer than what we were hearing earlier. Lightning has actually come up just a bit, and it would be the leading edge of the line. That was around 227 strikes earlier. Now it's a little less than 100 more, which isn't a significant increase in of itself given the span of what we're looking at. All of the 5 News viewing area and really beyond. It's calculating even things outside of our viewing area. If it's on your screen, it's calculating it. But nonetheless, that lightning has come up just a bit. And it's more than likely going to be that Sequoyah County segment of the cell where we see the strongest activity right now. Let's see if we've cleared any other watches. I don't think so. Nope. Watches are largely unchanged. This severe thunderstorm watch goes until 5 a.m. for the counties in pink. I suspect, and as I've been suspecting, I think we should have seen some northwest Arkansas counties dropped. It's probably going to happen before long. I'll pull up our ACHE camera again. This is going to be South Fort Smith. This is the one that we were looking at that has a really good view into the Sequoyah County cell. Well, if it wants to come up. Here we go. Not seeing as much there. Let me pan it around just a bit. This is looking directly at the Sequoyah County cell. So where that increase in lightning is going to be near Salisaw right now. I've got a pretty good view of that. You look, not that I would expect a wall cloud or anything of that nature. I don't expect that. But you often will use the lightning overnight to see the base of that cloud. Is there anything there? And wall clouds in themselves aren't severe. Doesn't mean a tornado is imminent, but sometimes you can get some structure, some striations in the clouds, things of that nature. And you kind of look at a situation like this where there is abundant lightning. It can be helpful in times almost as much as the radar itself. Not seeing anything of concern on the radar, but you just want to take this opportunity to look, and boy, I'm not really seeing much there. Let's go back to Mercy Fort Smith. How about that? Okay, now we got the rain there along Rogers Avenue, looking towards the south. I can spin that. Let's spin it towards the west a little bit. It's also going to give us a view into West Fort Smith, closer to downtown. Boy, I'm surprised we're not seeing more lightning there. Look at the rainfall rates. Yeah, whew. There are parts of Fort Smith. Yeah. I'm probably going to end up having a little bit of flash flooding here right there along Rogers Avenue. So I know those roads are probably pretty small, especially if you're watching on your phone. You start to see right here, here's going to be Rogers Avenue. Mercy Hospital is right here. those pinks and purples right there, that corresponds to about 2 to 3 inches of rain an hour. That doesn't mean we picked that much up. This is the rate at which it's falling. And so that basically just means if the storm doesn't move any at all, that's how much rain you would have in a matter of 60 minutes. And those are some pretty high rates. And that tells us may very well end up having some flash flooding. Now you get into downtown Fort Smith where we often see, of course, worse issues. You know, it's not as high per se. Excuse me. But, you know, so right here is going to be the Kelly Highway Walmart Supercenter right there along 540 and Kelly Highway. Just to the west of that, you get closer to K. Rogers Park. You do find some... Yeah, I mean, you're looking at about 2 inches an hour there. So you're getting a little bit closer to some areas that are a bit more flood prone, especially with more on the way. You know, we may end up looking at some localized street flooding there. Not a surprise to really anyone, but it is a possibility. I did see some similar numbers over here near Muldrow. In fact, my word, yeah. You got some higher rainfall rates for sure right there. Those purples, that's 3 to 4 inches an hour. So we wouldn't be surprised to see a flash flood warning issued for that in the near future. The radar itself looks like this, and so you've still got some more moderate to heavy rainfall as noted by the pinks, the reds there. So yeah, I may end up with a little bit of flash flooding. Part of me wonders if this line's starting to slow down just a bit too. Boy, overall weakening trend is so evident there when you look at a 3-hour radar loop. The structure itself, it's still kind of similar. You got this like line segment, but it's really losing its steam. Really losing its steam as it's rolling through the river valley right now. That trend isn't going to stop. It's going to continue. I wouldn't entirely rule out maybe a brief severe weather warning, but I think the odds of that are seemingly lower and lower with each and every passing scan. This is yet again ACHE looking off towards the west there. Starting to lose a little bit of visibility as the rain is getting closer and closer to this camera. You can start to see some of those drops starting to show up. Kind of blowing sideways out there. It's definitely windy, up to 50 mile per hour winds. I think most of us are probably closer to 40 to 50. In fact, actually, that line is now moving over the Fort Smith Regional Airport where our official weather sensor is. So let me pull that up. Let's see what we're measuring. Radar's estimates are great. We use a lot of radar estimates, but sometimes we actually have actual instruments in the path. So let's see. Let me pull this right here. Winds right now gusting at 37 miles per hour at the Fort Smith Airport. So we're definitely below the severe weather threshold, but that's breezy. You know, round up to 40 or so miles per hour. That's breezy, no question about it. We've talked a little bit about that. That can do some minor damage, but for the most part, you're looking at 60 plus to start to topple things, move trash cans around, things of that nature. Coming up on the 3 o'clock hour, I think this stream's been going for a while, several hours. Okay, there's a flood advisory. This is kind of checking out. Flood advisory now in effect for Adair, Haskell, Muskogee, and Sequoia. So that's not a flood warning. You're not going to see anything pop up there, but it's kind of one step below a flood warning, if you will. It's it's basically a weather service saying, hey, there's some flooding about to happen here. We're watching it for the potential for a warning if it's needed, but minimally you're going to have some flooding. And I start to see that when we start looking at 3 to 4 rainfall inch an hour rainfall rates. Paris getting in on the action. There's a bit of a wave, a little bit of it almost looks like an S right there. The actual line segment. McAllister up towards Salisaw, then it dips down into Fort Smith, closing in on Greenwood, and then it starts to kind of meander back towards the north there in Clarksville. Interesting little structure there. Sometimes we see these squall lines and they're a straight up and down line or a straight west to east line. Not this case. This one's a little bit different. Good rainfall behind it too. Mercy Hospital in Fort Smith along Rogers. This is looking towards the west-southwest, so we're looking at over into the Sequoia County area where that was the strongest portion of the cell, and I guess technically it probably still is, but not by much. That little cell was trying to strengthen back up, but it just wasn't able to do it, and thus far it still hasn't been able to do it. No one's complaining about that this morning, I know. In fact, you're really not seeing a whole lot of lightning and thunder there, or well, lightning anyways. All right, I'm gonna put myself on mute real quick. Go get another cup of coffee. Let me leave you here on live radar. And I will be back, just a couple of minutes. We'll do some more visiting and continue tracking these through the area. Whoever just texted in saying I was on mute. Thank you. Sorry. I didn't say anything important. I hope that's good. These storms are weakening. Let's start that all over again. My goodness, I'm sorry. I forgot to unmute my mic. These storms are not severe. They are at times loud, and at times they got some heavy rain. It's falling apart. It's been weakening. It's continuing to weaken. And I say all that to say this. I know there are people out there that have some storm anxiety. You knew what the forecast had for tonight. You're hearing the thunder and you're kind of nervous, on edge a little bit. My hope is to just kind of give you some peace and knowing you've got some strong thunderstorms, but they're not severe. The trend is your friend. When you're forecasting these things, the trend is your friend. And oftentimes you can overall project out what's going to happen based off of what has already happened. And what already has happened is these things are really weakening, kind of falling apart to some extent. And so I can't entirely rule out one more rogue severe warning, but I think the odds are low. Number one, the parameters just aren't there anymore. We're displaced from the upper level energy. There's not as much storm fuel in the air. The sun has been set for a while. And so overall, there's just not as much for these storms to work with where they're at now and into the Ouachitas. So in Scott County and LaFleur County, where we've not seen a whole lot yet, I don't think there's much of an opportunity, to be really clear. There's a small opportunity, but there's not much of an opportunity for these things to pulse back up. Are they going to continue to produce a fair amount of thunder and thus some lightning, thus thunder? Yes, absolutely. Are they going to produce some heavy downpours in the river valley? Yes. And the rain's going to continue even after the line clears you. In fact, let me show you where the line is. It's obviously, you can see it, but in case you're on your phone, it's kind of tough. This is the leading edge right here. This is going to be the strongest part. I don't even want to say the most intense because for the fact of the matter is it's not very intense at this point. Definitely going to have some heavy rain, and you're going to hear the thunder. You're going to see the lightning, and you may hear occasional gust up to 40 miles per hour. But just for some context, 60 is where we get warnings, 60 mile per hour winds. And so we're way below that. And as these things, as you'll see here, let me loop it for the last 2 hours, you'll see the overall trajectory has been, okay, yeah, we're really, really weakening and falling apart once we get into the river valley. Parameters just not as high as they were in Northwest Arkansas. All good news, right? And so where we stand right now is we're going to continue tracking this. I typically don't get to work until right about now. And so I'm here, and I'm not going to go anywhere. We're not going to shut this thing down until the leading edge is out of the area. Even at that point, I don't have any reason to shut the stream down. I may not be as frequent because I'm going to go work on the forecast. And of course, we'll have that for you on your 5 News this morning, 6 to 8 o'clock this morning. With that said, I think we're in really good shape. I understand some folks still might want to stay awake with me tonight, just given your storm anxiety, and I respect that. I absolutely do. And so I'm going to keep you posted. Appreciate y'all bearing with me through the mic issue. I should have known to double check. I just came over here and started chit-chatting with you, and but I didn't say anything important, so it's fine. Nothing urgent to pass along. These storms aren't really doing anything other than weakening, and that's what we wanted to see this evening. I did start with some good news, I think, that may have been covered up by the mic mute. We have dropped the severe thunderstorm watch for all of Northwest Arkansas and Northeast Oklahoma. And so that was originally issued for you until 5 a.m., but the threat has passed. It is now entirely south of I-40. And so with time, probably in the next 45 minutes or so, we'll likely see the Weather Service drop another row of counties. It's hard to say exactly which ones, but the threat is so low right now. I think we're sitting in pretty good shape. So I hope to give you some peace of mind tonight by just that, telling you can probably go back to bed. But if you want to stay up with me, I'll keep you posted. I am going to remute the mic. I'm going to put you right back over to live Doppler radar so you can watch the storms. Now, look, if anything even remotely tries to pulse back up, my desk is right behind me, and I'll just spin right around, and we'll track these fellas together. But I think we're in good shape. Let's give me about 5 more minutes, and we'll come back and kind of brief you with what's happening at that time. 3:34 the current time. We still have some good soaking rains and some thunder showers rolling through the area. My favorite words, nothing severe, and I really don't anticipate there being much severe at all. Do still have that severe thunderstorm watch technically in effect until 5 o'clock, so about another hour and a half to go for portions of the River Valley and the Ouachitas. But by and large, these storms, they're behaving, the strongest of which is along the leading edge, and you're going to find that right now getting ready to move into Poto and Waldron, but it's really broken. What was at one point a really crisp, well-defined line of thunderstorms now just falling apart, weakening as it happens. Thus, we're not looking at much in the way of severe weather. With that said, there is still a decent amount of lightning in some of these cells. In fact, over the last 10 minutes, just in the area you see on radar, about 159 or so strikes. And so, yeah, it's still waking a few folks up, and that's why I'm here. I'm not here because there's severe weather. Sometimes people see me and they think something bad's happening. No, we're just tracking some good old sleeping weather. That's what this is. And so my hope being here is if you're getting woken up in Poto and Heavener and soon perhaps in Worcester, maybe Hackett and Waldron, you name it, getting the lightning, the hearing the thunder. If you're curious and you're popping on your phone, trying to rub your eyes and think, oh my gosh, what's going on? Really not a lot. Really not a lot at all. The severe weather potential is still technically there, but it's really small, and that window continues to decrease for severe weather potential, especially as these showers and storms continue just to be rather isolated in nature. So overall, we're in pretty decent shape. I wanted to give you that update there. My plan is to continue giving these updates every 10 or so minutes since these storms are moving to the south. They're almost entirely, at least the leading edge, which is where we would expect the strongest, is almost out of the area. So I'll continue to provide those updates. I'm working this morning, and so I'm also going to be working on the forecast a bit to present to you here on the 5 News this morning, Sunday edition, which begins at 6 a.m. 6 a.m.? Does that sound right? I think it's 6 to 8. I can't keep track. We have so many shows, I just don't know. I just show up when I'm supposed to, and so I'll be on TV at some point this morning with your forecast, right? As for this morning, go back to bed if you can. I get some folks just can't if there's thunder, and there's plenty of it in the River Valley right now. I get that, but overall, we're in pretty good shape. Rain's going to continue for a while. The leading edge is where you expect the strongest of storms, but as you can see, rain showers continue all the way back into Missouri. So Waldron, Poto, it's just now starting for you, but you're probably going to have several hours of rain, at least 2 or 3 hours of rain. It's going to be a little more light and at times moderate. It's not going to be near as heavy as what you've got rolling into town right now, but it is going to rain. And so that's providing some good sleeping weather for all of Northwest Arkansas, a good chunk of the River Valley at this point. All right, I'll see you all here in, 10 minutes or so. Good Sunday morning, everybody. I'm 5 News Chief Meteorologist Skot Covert. If you're still watching the streams, we're live right now on Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, you name it, trying to be in as many places as possible. A widespread soaking rain ongoing right now. With that said, some thunderstorm activity continues in LaFleur and Scott counties, Poteau into Waldron. If you're hearing some thunder and you're getting woke up pretty early this morning, know this, nothing is severe. Now, technically speaking, our severe thunderstorm watch runs until 5 o'clock this morning, so about another hour or so. By and large, the severe weather risk is really low at this point, which of course I think we would all agree is some really good news. With that said, we'll continue tracking things. I know it's the middle of the night, and if you're in Poteau or Huebner or Worcester or Waldron and you're hearing the thunder and it's waking you up in the middle of the night, it doesn't matter that it's not severe. You're worried and you're wondering, hey, what the heck's going on? If that's you this morning, happy to be a resource for you here into the overnight hours. With that said, I'm going to continue popping in and out probably every 10 to 15 minutes or so, unless something changes. I don't think it's going to, but unless something changes, we'll continue these little visits here. I'll just tell you this is good sleeping weather. Now, enjoy it while you can. We'll take you back to live Doppler radar.